All right, welcome to part two of our weekly test show. Oh boy, we're having a lot of fun here tonight. We're gonna get back to the state of Idaho and sing and whatever in just a moment. But first, I found something interesting about that video on how to play the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. That video was actually uploaded just yesterday. It was literally uploaded yesterday, so I got into Yu-Gi-Oh at the best time. Yes. At the best possible moments. Alright. We now return. Oh, this is the Toonzai thing we'll be doing later. Right now, back to the madness with the state of Idaho.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
An emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
In Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
A test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian. This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Center in
This is a
Meridian,
test from
Idaho,
the State
and
of
is now
Idaho Emergency
concluded.
Alert System.
In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Enter in Meridian,
From the
Idaho,
State of
and is
Idaho
now
Emergency
concluded.
Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian.
Of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
From the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded. This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system will bring you important information.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Emergency. This system will bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
This is a test from the State of Idaho Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test was conducted from the Idaho State Communications Center in Meridian, Idaho, and is now concluded.
Alright. Now to the final phase of this as we're nearing the end of 99 to beat.
We're nearing the end of 99 beats.
Come on, Cliff Champ. Where is my file? Thank you. Oh god, this is gonna be a disaster. On the CW4Kids. Oh, that's great. Oh my goodness. Wow. What? Wow. What an ending to 99 to beat. Oh, what a competition that was. The Hawks win it tonight. Well, that was great. Both finished at the same time. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. I can't even begin to wrap my head around how intense that how intense that finale was. I mean, all the competition. I mean, every single aspect of the whole competition. All right, here we go. 3 stars of the game. And the holiday train is about to arrive in Columbus, Wisconsin as well. At least I remembered this time. Let's stick around and watch it come through. There's the horn. There's the horn. The crossing didn't activate yet. There it is. I don't think the little concert thing can be seen on the side. But wow. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and pull up the word game document that I have. And we're going to get then you won't be able to see the performance, but well, it's alright, but we'll still watch the performance. Okay, now on to the word game as promised. So let's pull up Google Translate so then we can try and have it pronounce all these weird and wacky words and everything as we transition into our main feature here. So, you did not see part 1. Here are the letters again. They are I, S, K, R, S, N, E, P, and L. Let's see what kind of, let's see what words we can come up with these letters. Let's see what we can come up with. Let's see. Let's see. SKR. What? Skirnap. 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 What else have we got? REPLISK. Oh. We've only got REPL. We've only got REPL currently. We still got more to... Oh yes, this is one of my favorite holiday songs. I have not put WLAT on for the entire holiday season so far, until now. And I'm sure you all know the reason as to why. But now that we have the holiday train, it's a definite. Alrighty, let's see what we can come up with here. REPLIN Replin SKRS. let's see what we got here.
Replin's KRS.
Replin's KRS, as in Kaspersky Rescue thing, whatever.
Replin's KRS.
Oh, there's Lunaway. During men's basketball. Oh no. "60 years of WEMU. This test of the emergency alert system." Alright, back to the holiday train now. Yeah, the 2816 Steam Special. I'm still a little bit disappointed I didn't get to see it. But when Union Pacific sends the big boy again, I may get to see it. But I guess it depends on, I guess it depends on what line they send it down. Alright, well, let's see what else we can, let's see what other kind of words we can come up with here. And yeah, you can see how much progress we've made on Yahtzee today, haven't we? We've gotten up to episode 82. So, yeah, well, you won't get to see the concert from the camera. But I did see it go through Economo Walk on replay on the camera. I hear it starting. ER. How about PLA? How about PL? E K RISN. How is it gonna say it? Let's find out.
Fleckerson.
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 Fleckerson. Oh. Let's try adding an S in between the K.
Pleskerson.
Pleskerson. Pleskerson. So, we can try. How about S K E N SKENPLIR? How about ISR? No, there's yeah.
Skenplisser.
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 Can't even hear the bell. Did they change the bell cycle for the train or something? I don't know, but I think CP really organized this event quite well. Okay. How about any RPL S How about PLISKS? Wait, that's not what I wanted. Oh wait, I got the diction. I got the clipboard. Here we go.
Nurplisks.
Is that even a word?
Nurplisks.
No.
Nurplisks. Nurplisks.
Whatever that is. How about RISK? PLENS. Riskblins.
Riskblins. Riskblins.
No. Yeah. Autocorrection. Sometimes it's a. Yeah, sometimes autocorrection's a pain in the butt. Oh boy, what else can we try here? PLISK SREN Plisksren.
Plisksren. Plisksren.
Plisksren. How about RENKS? Let's see what we get when we move REN. Let's see what happens if we move REN. Let's see what we get here.
Plisregs.
Plisregs. I see Toronto. Hope I'm in time.
At 20 p.m. at Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. Environment Canada has issued an alert for your region. A yellow level snow squall warning is in effect for Newmarket, Georgina, Northern York region. Environnement Canada a mis une alerte dans votre région.
I don't think these even sound like Christmas songs. I don't think these sound like Christmas songs at all. These do not sound like Christmas songs at all. Not one bit.
Emergency for children WA, beginning at 10:23 p.m. Wednesday, December 10th and ending at 2:23 a.m. Thursday, December 11th. Warning. Numerous roadways in western Chilton County are blocked by downed trees or power lines. For safety, the Sheriff's Office is requesting citizens avoid traveling on the roadways until conditions improve. Please stay off the roadway.
Wow. Yeah, that's how severe this is. Okay, back to the thing here. How about... I am not going to spell out that one word. I am not going to do that. Wow, his cap logger is really behind. Now, at least that's still in effect to send it out. That's a lot of local area emergencies. Skagit, WA. Yeah, I think that's how it's pronounced. Skagit, WA.
Thursday, December 11th. Correction. Skagit ready alert. Residents around Sea Road, Burlington go for immediate evacuation. Historic flooding is occurring on the Skagit and Sammy's River.
Oh, this is a correction to the one from earlier.
Roads may be closed due to high water. Plan your route to high ground away from the river. Do not wait. See skagitcounty.net/flood for more information.
All right. How about SKREN PLIS? How about Siren?
part of all of that is every dollar that's raised tonight, every Hollywood is collected, stayed here in Columbus. So with that, if I could get your dear mayor, Mayor Hammer, to come on out here, and Alice from the food pantry to come on out. And then, if we can get a special round of applause for Mr. Kevin. Mr. Kevin is the operator, the driver of this holiday train tonight. So can we give it up for Kevin, please?
He's the one that brought it to Oconomowoc, Milwaukee, Columbus, Chicago, here in Chicago, Bensonville, and a few other locations. Well, I mean, Chicago, we really get everything. We get everything. Nearly all the major railroads here in the United States. Well, I'd say the major freight railroads. Yeah, I mean, everything. Union Pacific, BNSF, Canadian Pacific, Canadian National, Norfolk Southern. I heard about a plan of Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern merging together. Oh no. We've already had Canadian Pacific and Kansas City Southern merging. With the most simplest name possible. Now that's a Christmas song. Now that's a Christmas song. I can't even hear the crossing bells or anything. Can't even hear the crossing bells. That's how great this is. We didn't get to hear it in Oconomowoc. So this is like one of the only times. Siren Sklep. Let's try this.
Siren Sklep.
Siren Sklep? How about Siren Plesk?
Siren Plesk.
Yeah, that's all I can think of. Alright, we'll draw the line there. And we will do the word game again next week. Actually, no, we won't. Because I'll be in the Lawn of Oaks watching the finale of The Floor. There's one more test to go back on. We'll take care of that. Alright, you know what? How about instead we'll just watch the holiday? How about we'll watch the holiday train instead of playing with Yu-Gi-Oh tonight? All right. So yeah, with the show usually lasting half an hour, we're gonna listen to the Holiday Train performance instead of playing with Yu-Gi-Oh tonight. They only did one Christmas song in this entire performance. Well, let's see if we get the complete let's see. Where do we get the complete? No, we just need the website. And this is live. This is where it is right now. Let's see if it shows where So these are the two artists that are performing. So these are the two that are performing at the station. Then Portage, Wisconsin, it'll be tied there for the night, and then it'll play again at 1 in the afternoon tomorrow. Then Wisconsin Dells. And then its next stop after that will be Division Street in Mauston, Wisconsin. Then Toma, North Superior Avenue, and Sparta. And then 2 more performances in La Crosse. This one in La Crosse, that will be the last performance of the day there. And then La Crescent will be the next stop. Then Winona. Then Wabasha. And then, of course, British Columbia will be the last. So British Columbia will be the last stop of this special train. It started just before Thanksgiving, so the train will finish just days before Christmas. This definitely is a Christmas song, I can tell. I gotta see how much space is left on this drive before we go. Okay, good. We've got enough for the So they released, so American Authors released, oh my god, American Authors. That is a name. That's a name I have not heard of in years. So many years I have not heard of that name. The last time I heard that name was Best Day of My Life. That was years ago. Okay, I, see, I think I hear the bell. I think I hear one of the bells. They don't give us exactly what the songs are. Well, actually, if we pull the website back up, I think I saw a link somewhere that said there's a PDF of the... This is for the United States. Doesn't show the songs that are playing. I mean, with a song that's like this, I take a good guess as to what it is.
Thank you so much. We got one more song out tonight. So you know the words to this one. I want to hear every single one of you singing along with us. This song is called Best Day of My Life. Let's go.
Oh yes, this is the one I was just talking about. All right.
I love it. Thank you all so much for coming out. Remember, once again, support this holiday season, your friends, family, your neighbors, with your donations to the Columbus Hall Road Community Food Pantry. We thank you all. We will see you again next year. Good night and Merry Christmas.
That's it. That was the last song. Let me get it back live. Okay, there we go. Alright. Now in just a matter of moments, that train will leave and will head on its way to Portage. And it'll stop there for the night, and then it will... Then its next performance will be there tomorrow. Alright. It's heading off now. I just heard the horn. It's almost like a really long Amtrak train we're watching all over again. It's like we're watching Amtrak all over again. And there it goes. It's leaving Columbus now. I don't know if the Portage Rail Cam will be able to get it tomorrow, but if I remember to tune in, I'll check. Maybe see if I can chase down the train as much as I can. And there it goes. That is it. That was quite a show. Although the camera was on the other side, at least we got to hear the whole performance. That was amazing. I didn't get to hear the performance of the Convo Walk, but I chose the perfect cam to watch the whole thing. From the train's arrival, to the concert, and of course it just leaving. Well, that was amazing. And now they're already looking forward to next year's holiday train. Summarizing my videos mostly accurately with Gemini slop. Oh no.
Here we go.
About the unboxing and discussion of computer hardware. He's trying to have Google Gemini summarize his video as much as possible. WLZL, huh? Alright. Let's go take care of that before we go into... I think with the export already going on in the background, that's probably going to hinder this a bit, but we'll see what happens. So I guess then if we're lucky, we could maybe see it in Portage. Yeah, see it again in Portage, Wisconsin. Oh, okay. Wow. That was great. Oh, there's another one of those VMix test streams. What the heck? The Diesel Ducey theme? Really? Out of all the songs he or she could have chose, it had to be that. Alright. So let's get all this added here. Well, I guess I did plan out well with the holiday train instead of Yu-Gi-Oh. But you know what? That's alright, because I know that we're definitely going to do it again. We definitely will get to Yu-Gi-Oh at some point. Well, actually during the Friday show to be exact. Alright. So again, I'm hoping to make it to it looks like I might actually end up making it to the end here tonight. With all these episodes, despite rendering them all in 1080p, so. Pretty impressive stuff, huh? Alright.
20 p.m.
And then the snow squall warning for Canada.
Georgina, Northern York region.
Warning. November 11. Warning. Numerous roadways.
Then this other local area emergency. And then WLZL. And then I gotta change the wallpaper on the phone. No, not that one. This one. Yep, there we go. Okay. Alrighty. So, wow, this has been a great night so far. And it's about to get even better because in just a matter of minutes, because in just a matter of minutes,
Aha, 5 minutes until deal or no deal.
that's right, we'll switch over to the group for the game within that time. So, yep, only 5 more minutes until we start that tonight. But oh boy, this has been a fun night. Just listen to and watch the whole entire concert of the CP Holiday Train in Columbus, Wisconsin.
Wow.
Saw the end of 99 to beat. The Blackhawks won, beating the Rangers.
Chicago Blackhawks won?
Yeah, they won today. They beat the New York Rangers. Yeah, 3-0. And now the floor is set for its 2-hour season finale next week.
Oh wow.
And we put Tom and Ben through a whole lot of stuff as well.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like some samples from the Random Character Extravaganza, the State of Idaho test message that Brandon wanted, and
Test message that Brandon wanted. What was it?
it was the Meridian, Idaho iPause test message. And the last thing I went after with the last half hour of the 99 to beat, the Toonzai ID.
Oh,
It was like the Toonzai voiceover. Yeah, it was it was like one of those last Saturday morning blocks.
That reminds me of Jetix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I never saw the block, but good thing I got a taste as to what it actually aired had I been into the block back in the day.
I'm so glad. I'm surprised you don't know what Jetix is.
Well, what Jetix is? Well, now that I know the name of it, I know it was one of those cartoon blocks, but I never got to see. I never got to know the history of it.
I think it also aired Yu-Gi-Oh stuff too.
I know Cartoon Network aired Yu-Gi-Oh! GX,
Oh,
but now I know what happened to Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal after Vortex was canceled. The remaining episodes were released to Hulu.
Yeah.
I don't even think the show is even still available to stream on there. Present day.
Yeah.
So I know it's disappointing for all those Yu-Gi-Oh fans, but now that I'm into the card game, that was also another thing too. Triple S Games posted videos about about how to play the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game. It came at such a perfect.
Snow where? Wait, what? Oh, Wyoming gets 20 inches of. Oh my god.
20 inches in Wyoming.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Wait. Hold on. I gotta see this. How many inches we're supposed to get? Oh my god. How much snow are we supposed to get? Lake effect right now? I don't know. We'll find out. Uh-oh. Get out. There we go. Oh man, 100% snow showers at night. That's 65%, but who cares? Okay, we're not getting much communication. Well, Thursday is a different story. 3 to 6 inches of more snow?
Dang.
That's the storm turtle, though. Well, actually, no, that's the storm turtle when it ends. That's a good thing. At least it's not. My dad just plowed today, so. Oh, man. Then Saturday, it's going to be -2 degrees as a real feel. Shade. Going to be cold. And the low is going to be 9 degrees? Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
What is going on here? Fucking Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Yeah, Grand Rapids.
Especially where. Oh my god. How much? Yeah, this is gonna suck. Well,
Yep.
good thing is it's supposed to warm up again and stay in the 30s. And then get to 40 on like Wednesday, when Christmas Eve happens.
Yeah, when we get to Christmas Eve. All right, we just hit 10 o'clock, so let's go ahead and head on over to the group. We got one.
Go. Where we go with the plan for the Brendan and all this stuff, Christmas tree stuff. Meow.
Of course, we'll give him a few minutes before we even start here.
Yeah. Because I don't want to have to keep covering for him. Oh.
'Cause I know
Brandon.
I know he's online, so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he could be busy with other stuff right now, so let's
We'll
not,
wait.
Yeah, let's not try to constantly ring him. Let's just give him some time.
Yeah, I'll give him some time.
Yeah, that would be the best thing to do. Just
Yeah.
give him some time, and then whenever he's ready, he'll be ready.
Yep.
But yeah, this has been quite a weekly test show for us here by far. Because Jacksonville tested early this morning. Reno went early too. Paducah tested very late, the latest I've ever seen them do it. And then of course the finale of 99 to Beat. We're all set now for the finale of The Floor. And I'm pretty much now in the home stretch of rendering all the Yahtzee episodes for the series. That will be debuting in June. I got up to 10 last night, and today I am looking to shoot the moon. In other words, go all the way to the end.
Wow.
Yeah, as in get all the way to the last episode, so then I can be ready to upload all those episodes, starting with the first 90 or so tomorrow, and then go on from there. And then the next day, Friday, I would do the remaining 35 episodes.
Hmm.
Yeah, the remaining 35 episodes of the series. Well, of the 125 episode order.
Yeah.
Yeah, of the 125 episodes that will go through the entirety of next year, 2026.
Yeah.
And then I've also been thinking about plans for doing multiple shows in one taping cycle, but do one show each day. So, for instance, I would tape, as I did cover some examples earlier. So, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? I would record episodes of that on Monday. Then Tuesday I would record Ticket to Ride, and then Yahtzee on Thursday, with Wednesday being the weeklies again, and then Friday would be currently I'm proposing 20 episode first season of Play 9, which will be a seasonal series, but it will actually be a bi-weekly release schedule. So meaning you'll get new episodes of that show twice a week. And now that I think about it, I'll have to see when I end up getting around to taping Yu-Gi-Oh! The card game. When I end up taping that, once I end up getting around to taping that, I'll see how long each of the duels go, and then that will decide whether or not we'll do it as a weekly format or whether or not it will be done as a weekly format, a bi-weekly format, or a sort of weekday format. Weekday format, being new episodes 5 days a week, which is the case for a lot of my shows.
Oh my God.
But then, of course, in terms of the final plan for that cycle, I will announce the plan during the New Year's Eve Spectacular.
Broadcast going on this game.
Yeah, during the New Year's Eve Spectacular.
Yep.
On the 31st.
I don't know what's going to go. I don't even know if I'm going to be going to that place, a friend's house.
All right. Let's try Brandon one more time. I'll go ahead and start the game here, or just load up the software.
Yep.
So we'll give Brandon one more try.
Yeah.
And if we don't get an answer, we'll proceed.
Yep.
phone's battery's running low. Plugging it in.
Okay. And let's see. Oh, he's gone. Oh.
Okay, so he's probably busy with he's probably busy then with other things tonight. That's right. Well, at least we got somebody to, or at least we have someone to play with this evening.
Yeah.
Oh, great! How can I handle 2 clip camp sessions at once? One taping, one.
Just don't forget to screen share this time.
Well, yep, that's what we're gonna do right now. So,
I hope that this luck does not keep going bad.
yeah, especially with last week where Brandon
Oh.
where Brandon won just $1, just a $1 bill.
No. 2 weeks ago with me, how much did I get?
I think it was like $300 or something.
Yeah. All right.
Well, somewhere in the ballpark of that.
Banker Una, what do you want, Banker Una?
Well, I'm sure she wants I know what she wants. She wants me to finish rendering all the episodes of Yahtzee before I go to bed tonight. That's what she wants.
You can actually select female Banker. Did you know that?
In this game, I don't think there's an option.
Yeah, female. You can select female. You can select No, go back for a second. Single player.
Yeah, and then TV game.
Single player. TV game. Female.
Yeah, right.
Select that.
Well, this is choose your
And
helpers, but
guess what? You can also select personality traits: aggressive, neutral, selected, or passive.
yeah, but I'll just leave it at neutral.
We'll leave that neutral. Who cares? All right, we'll accept it.
Yep, we'll just
Because Luna is a female after all.
Yep, that is the truth.
All right, let's go. Let's see what we have here.
Yeah, we'll see. The Yahtzee episode is just about finished. It's at 98%.
Okay.
And then once it completes,
98%.
once it completes, within a few seconds, we'll start.
All right.
And then I'll start 91 when we transition to Yahtzee. There we go. All right, we will come back to. No, I don't. This multitasking thing. That's right.
Oh, no.
Anyway, let me reset all this stuff. That's better. All right. With that said, let's play Deal or
Deal
No Deal.
Or no deal.
Hello and welcome to Deal or No Deal.
And let's
I'm Howie
see
Mandel, and this evening you can
what
walk
luck
away
we
with a
have
huge
today.
cash prize. In order to do that,
And I already
you're gonna
know
have
what
to be lucky,
case is picking out
gutsy,
from
and have a
room
great
before the
sense of
ladies
timing.
show up.
Now
So
I think it's time I introduce you to
hopefully
my
it's
better
not a
half.
bad
Actually,
one.
Ahead of yourself, huh?
26 of my better halves.
Ladies, please.
yeah, I'm a little weird today. I don't know why. Let's see what color the dresses are. White again? God, they can't even select colors today. It's just white again. That was Brandon's color last week.
Well, last
We don't
White.
know
yeah.
what is in each of these 26 cases. We do know that the biggest prize amount in one of these cases
Is
is
a
Alright.
$1 million.
$1 million,
$1
which was
million
awarded on
all
99
the way
feet
down
tonight.
to 1 penny. Those are the
Yay.
different amounts, and each case holds one of those amounts.
All right. The case of choice is 20.
Just 20 or?
Yeah, pick my case is 20.
All right, just 20. Okay.
Okay, very well. Now this is your case to keep, unless you should decide to
I
sell
don't know
it.
if that's the.
We'll talk about
Well,
that later.
I can't guarantee it will have the $1 million, but we'll
Of course,
find
so does
out.
everyone here.
Yeah,
Later
we'll
on
find out,
in the-
because
Start by
number
opening
6
those
had the
cases.
million.
Whatever
I
we
had
find
that
in
in
those
my
cases
mind
is
after
obviously not in your
we made
case.
the selection
Let's
when you
begin.
played.
For the
Yeah. First case, number 16.
16.
number 16.
Oh,
What do we have?
Lord.
The pesky
Exactly
penny.
what you wanted to
Gone
Penny!
right
Wow! Right out of the gate.
more
That's
cases to go.
good. Woo! Number 9. His favorite
favorite driver. Let's
driver.
see if
We'll
it's
just
a
do
dollar.
that.
Let
to
it be
see-
low.
Let's see if it has the dollar. Three-quarters of a million
The
gone now.
opposite
$1,000 off the
happened.
board.
Wow! Isn't that just
$750,000
rudely
out of play
disrespectful?
and not in your case.
Just for the start of this game.
You have 4 more
All
cases
right.
to open. Pick a case.
23.
Okay, what's
Number
inside 23?
I'm gonna turn the scanner off because this is getting disrupted.
$750 off the board.
All right, good.
$750 not in your
Now
case.
we're at.
You still
This
have
is
3
odd.
more cases to open before the next offer.
Okay, here we go. All right. 21.
Okay, let's see.
Number 21, that's Blair.
Low number, high number.
$25.
$25 is off the
Yay.
board. Not in your case.
Great.
2 more cases to go.
18.
18.
Number 18, no huge
Uh-oh.
amounts, please.
See how bad it looks.
$200,000 is gone. That'll hurt.
Well.
You
Yeah,
have
this
one
isn't
more
good.
case to open.
I was surprised they got a
Pick
quarter of a
case.
million, 3/4 million knocked off. That's weird. Okay. Ah, jeez. 25?
5, huge amount. Number 25,
All right.
that's Madison.
Oh.
10,000.
That's okay. That's okay.
All right, so we're off
okay.
that.
Okay, the first
Well-
round is over. You picked 6 cases,
Yeah,
and
I
now
wouldn't
it's
say
time
it
for
was
the
the
bank
best
to make
first
you an offer.
round.
He's not your
I
friend.
mean, after we
Yeah.
got
doesn't
the
want
penny
you to
off
win.
the board.
He is reading your
I'm sure
every
Penny
move.
Yeah,
He
was
wants
but-
you out of here as soon as
It was
Penny
possible.
being off the
average.
As
board.
little money as possible.
She's happy about the.
It was average. We'll just say it's
There he is now.
average.
Yeah, I would say average.
Hello, Mr. Banker.
Yeah.
But Banker
Right.
is happy about the penny being off the
Okay.
board.
I'll let him know.
Yeah.
This is
But-
a very fair offer, but
We'll see
He's
what the
very
offer is.
the banker
Let's see
wants
what
to
it
know
is.
if you will leave now
Yeah.
for $12,000. I'm going to.
All right. No deal.
No deal, Banker.
All right. The next
Now-
case of choice is going to be number 22.
22.
Number 22, that's
What we got?
Alexis. Let it be a small
Mhm.
amount.
Hopefully
I don't
it's a
know.
Small amount.
Let's hope
And
so.
it's
$100,000
$100,000.
off the board.
Oh my
You don't
god.
have $100,000 in your
Well,
case.
why do I keep
You
knocking
still
out
have
the fucking
4
high
more
amounts?
cases to
Okay.
open before the next offer.
19.
Okay, 19.
Number 19, that's
I
Jade.
don't know how if I. I
What
don't know
do
if I.
we see?
Shit.
$10.
Very nice, $10.
Yay.
Nice low
All
number
right,
off the
that's
board,
good.
Not in your case. You have
All right,
3 more cases to open. Pick a case.
Oh shoot. 10?
One.
Okay, right
I
now,
hope
10.
that's not
Lucky
the $1 million.
numbers.
I hope it's not. Oh, please don't be the $1 million.
All
Oh,
right.
thank God.
You're still okay.
Thank God it wasn't a million. I hope that they don't hit that off the board. I really
You have
hope
2
I
more
don't this
cases
time.
To open. Pick a case.
24?
If you
I don't
lost
know.
on
24.
Choose that one.
That's Janine.
This is tough.
$75.
$75
There we go.
off the board. $75.
That's better. We're kind of averaging out this time. I don't know how well we're going to do, though.
All right.
And how many? Okay, one more case.
Pick a number.
17.
Wow,
Number
let's see,
17.
Shit.
$400.
$400 out of
All right, there we go.
Nice low amount.
That's better. Now we're
I
leaning
think
towards
you're
the left
making
side a little
banker
bit more.
Nervous. That was a great round.
Yes, we
Let's
are.
see what
Kind
he's
of a
got
good
to
one.
say.
It's getting better, but
Let's see
not
what-
good enough.
Let's see what
Hello?
Banker Una has to say
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell him that. The offer went up.
Doesn't look like
This
a
is
woman in the
very
thing.
nice
Oh,
amount of
sure.
money. And the offer is $70,000.
$70,000.
So let me.
Well, that's a big jump. No deal.
No deal.
No deal.
Well, I guess we'll just go down the
Now
list
you have-
here. 15. Once the thing compares. Okay, 15.
Number 15. That's
15.
Caitlin.
Ugh.
5,000.
3 small amounts in a
All
row.
right.
That's very good.
That is
5,000.
All right. 3 more to open.
Well, it's a little bit good, but okay. 7.
4 huge
7.
amount. Number 7. That's
Oh
Candace.
Lord.
7.
No.
Four
$5.
small
Five
amounts in a row. You are
There we go. $5.
2
Good.
more cases to go.
I keep going ahead of myself, seeing the all over the place. 12. Let's see if that has any bad luck in it. Hope it's not.
$100.
5 small amounts in a row.
Whoa! Oh my god.
Pick one more case
$500.
before the next offer.
Let's choose your lucky case, which is 11.
Okay,
Number
let's
11.
see. Let's see about 11. And that's $200.
6 small amounts.
Oh
in a
my
row.
god,
This is fantastic.
woohoo!
Yes, this is fantastic.
Good
6
round. Good round.
large
Let's see
amount,
how much it
6
helped.
small amounts in a row. I almost said
That's
the wrong.
okay.
I
This is
almost
gonna
said the
go
wrong
way
thing.
up, isn't it?
Hello, Mr. Banker.
Yeah, let's see if
Could
all
go up
those,
way amount.
Right.
Yeah, let's see if all those small
Okay.
amounts are enough to
I'll let them know.
up the offer to 6 figures.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Into the
is.
6 figures now.
We're in 6
You
figures.
need to think this through.
Let's see what it
The
is.
offer is
Oh my
It's
god,
$125,000.
so here.
that wasn't really a big jump though, but we'll not deal it. No deal.
Banker.
So 70,000.
Alright.
Actually went up by $55,000.
You need
That's pretty good, but not enough bigger.
4 huge
13. Let's
amounts,
see what
but
she
still at
says.
Number 13.
Yeah,
That's
let's see.
Ashley.
Let's see if 13's lucky. Unlucky.
No!
There's the $1 million.
$1 million.
No,
$1
it was
million.
unlucky. You.
I'm sorry to say, it was not in your case. All
No.
right, 2 more to open. Pick a number.
Oh no!
Hey, there's 3 huge
Bad
amounts
luck,
still
bad
in
luck
play.
continues. Okay, 8.
Okay.
Number
Alright,
8.
let's
Wow.
see what's in number 8.
Okay, let's see that dollar.
We want to see that dollar, please. Not
There goes
$400,000.
$400,000. Just
Oh
one
my
more
god, it
case
just
to
continues to go down. Okay. 3.
Okay, number 3.
go. Number 3. Let's see a low amount.
This was a
3,
disastrous round.
Yeah.
$500,000.
And it just
down.
keeps
Oh my
going.
goodness.
It
That is
keeps
not
that.
good.
It just keeps continuing. Oh my
Did not
gosh.
go great. Let's see what the bank
Yeah,
And
it
the-
certainly doesn't. I mean, wow. 6 small amounts in a row, and now 3 large
Hello?
amounts in a row, including the million.
Okay, that's fair.
That was terrible.
It's a bad amount. It's a bad
All right.
amount. It's a bad amount.
The
It's
offer
going
went
to be a
down.
bad
It's
amount.
not a
I know
bad
it's going to be a
offer
bad
yet.
About your next move. The
Not a
offer
bad
is
offer
Well-
yet.
$36,000. Think about
Yeah, it went down.
By a lot.
No deal.
Yeah, it went down
No
by a
deal.
lot.
No deal. We'll continue and see what we do here.
Yep.
26.
Yep.
the board. Number 26.
Let's
That's
see what it's
Carissa.
got.
Come
Right.
on, give us some good news.
Oh, she's smiling like she's gonna.
300,000.
Oh
Four
my
large
god,
amounts in a row.
man!
Yep. No, we're going back to
Why?
6
One more
figures.
to open. Pick a number.
Oh my, 1.
Yep,
Let's see how lucky
Number one.
that case is.
That's a
I'm
lizard.
just fucking curious
Show
now.
us a low number.
Please, turn this thing around.
Somehow.
$1,000.
$1,000 gone. Still a fairly low
Oh
amount.
my god, why is this happening
All right, that
every
was not
single
very good. We know the
time?
offer's going to go down. Let's see how far down.
Alright.
Hello.
I'm actually getting officially frustrated.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, that's how intense this game is.
This, I think, is a decent amount of
Yep.
money.
After all those big amounts.
Banker
were
wants to know
eliminated.
if you will leave
And
now
it's gone
for
down to
Yep.
$16,000.
$16,000.
Oh, you're
all on
cutting
you.
out, man. No deal.
No deal with 16,000.
No deal.
We're gonna see something. I'm just
With this,
2.
Yep, this is
Number
we're
2.
only picking 1 case at a time from here on out. There's $300.
good play. $300 off the board. $300 not in your
Hey,
case.
you're cutting out, Planful. I don't know if that's a good thing. You're cutting out a little bit.
Excellent. That was an incredible
Your
round.
microphone
There's
is.
a lot of money up there. Let's see what he's got to say.
That's gotta suck.
Hello.
All right, well,
Alright.
let's see what Banker Una has
Okay.
to say after this round.
This, I think, is a decent amount of money.
Yeah.
And the offer is $20,000.
$20,000.
It's all on you.
No deal.
No deal.
No deal.
And let's see, number 5.
Yep,
Okay,
Brandon's
number
least
5.
favorite driver.
That's Nadia.
Let's see what it's got.
That's, yeah.
$50.
Okay,
Small amounts
at
in a
least we
row.
brought some good luck with that. That's a good thing.
Yep, so at least we're starting.
Good round. Good round.
At least we're
See
starting
how
to
much
streak
it
the low
helped.
amounts again.
Yeah.
But now there's only two small amounts left on
Hello,
the
banker.
left-hand side of the board.
Okay, I'll tell them.
Let's deal this afterwards, because I don't want to know anything else
This, I think, is a decent amount of money.
after this offer comes up.
Is,
So you're going to say yes to $26,000.
so here's the question.
Yes, I am.
All right, he's going to say
If
yes to
the deal-
26
if you had
grand.
continued,
But
what would
if
have
you
been
had
your
said
next
no,
case?
what would have been the
14.
next choice?
14.
And
If
then
you had
after
said
that,
no deal, what would your next
Four.
case have been?
4. All right. So 14 had 75,000, and the offer
Then your
would have
offer
been
would have been $14,000.
$14,000.
Obviously, you made a great deal.
And the next one would have been
that would have been the dollar, and
With
then
that,
the offer
the banker would
would
have
have
offered you
been
$20,000.
$20,000.
Perfect, perfect. You got out.
So, yeah.
just
But
at
what
the
is
right
what
time.
does my case contain? $100.
Wanna
Probably.
know
Well,
what's
no.
in your case?
$100 or 50,000. Let's
Let's
find
see
out.
what's in your case.
You
Yeah,
had,
let's find out. Probably.
Well,
You had
it looks like you
$50,000.
didn't make the best deal.
Well, at
As
least
always,
I made
next
it
time.
average.
Yeah. So, yeah, a little more than half of the value of that case.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't that bad, but I could have done better.
Yeah.
It was a good couple rounds at first, but then suddenly, boop, there you go.
Yep.
All right, let's go back. Let's go back to normal chat.
Yep, let's go ahead and do that. And we'll go ahead and change back over here. Give him a second. There we go.
There we go.
But then I'll switch this.
Yeah, that
and
was-
then I'll switch this
that
over
was-
to the.
okay.
I'll switch that
Yeah.
over to the sorry game for when we play again on
Yeah.
Friday. Now let's go ahead and load up the Yahtzee game, and while that loads, I'll go ahead and start the next episode of the series. There we go, 1080p. And I gotta switch the profile back. There we go. So we're gonna go ahead and... Oh yeah, oh yeah, I forgot I had a game going already. I forgot I had a game running when I realized that I had the wrong profile when I started taping the series, so. Alright. So here we go. Let's see, we're almost looking at it straight here. And let's just mark the 2s off right away. But yeah, and then when I said about the spring taping cycle, I also mentioned something about something related to Ticket to Ride and Yahtzee. Mainly it's about a long-term plan for both shows. So my goal is during that spring taping cycle, record the remaining episodes of both series. So meaning record all the episodes up to the very last one. Who knows what it could be? It could be, I mean, Yahtzee's last episode could be 400, it could be 500, it could be 600, who knows? But of course I want to make sure new episodes of the show span 2 years. Because yeah, by the time we got to the end of Nostalgia Paradise, yeah, the 2-year time span had already come up, so yeah, for a grand total of 120 episodes of that series. But of course, while I'm at my grandparents', I'll decide. I'll think about, and I'll actually do all the planning and everything with the time I have remaining. With the time I have remaining following the conclusion of the recordings of the Street View series, which is the next major project after we get Yahtzee all finalized. So that'll be following the finalization of Yahtzee, which, like I said, I'll take care of tomorrow. Too bad we already crossed off the straights. Well, that's good for Full House. So yeah, while I'm doing the planning for the next stages, in the cycle, I'll decide how many number of episodes I need to make, and how many episodes I need to make to fulfill the rest of the series. Because my ultimate goal, really, for when it comes to a show like this, is I just want to have all the footage, all the episodes, all the recordings readily available. I'll take a chance.
All right, Python, I'm going to get going. See ya.
All right. Yep, because, it is almost... Oh, perfect. The first call was 5 minutes, and the other call was 5 minutes, so... That's perfect. Well, let's check on the Yahtzee series there. I can go and turn the volume up now because there isn't anything else. So yeah, we're gonna have to cross something off. So yeah, likely after I do the Street View video, or likely sometime after Christmas week and then the week of the New Year, like the first part of the week, after I do the hardware upgrades in my PCs. Then what I'm looking to do is, then I'll use that time that's remaining to plan out the spring taping cycle. Like, how many episodes of Play 9 do I want to record? How many episodes of Yahtzee or Ticket to Ride do we need to tape in order to make it to the end of the series? What are the projections, and what basically so many factors? And what's the suitable starting, what's the best suitable starting time for each show? When it comes to, getting up in the morning, and, how much time do we need to allocate to tape each and every one of these episodes? How much time do we need to allocate in order to do just that? That's, of course, the biggest question. That's, of course, the biggest question when it comes to something like that. But then, as I've mentioned previously, I will announce as I've said already, I will announce the final schedule. I'll announce the final plan for the spring taping cycle. So I'll announce the final plan for the spring taping cycle. The spring taping cycle during our New Year's Eve spectacular, which will include so many things. But of course, I'll talk a bit more about the exact plan for the series for the stream. Yeah, the plan for the spectacular when we get there. And before we start game 2, I'm going to go ahead and start the next episode of Yahtzee. And then when this episode is finished, we'll break from rendering Yahtzee and we'll get the Deal or No Deal episode rendered. And wondering about the new program showcase for tomorrow, I've got that already set up. Now, of course, I do want to remind all of you, because I'm looking to do the micro VGA module upgrade. I do want to remind you that, of course, I have to make sure that the machine is fully off, fully shut down before I do any of these upgrades. So, the best case scenario is I'm hoping that, it'll be offline for only half an hour. So I'm saying half an hour at the very least. So yeah, at the very least half an hour. So that way I can get the VGA module upgrade taken care of. But it'll depend on where I'm at in terms of, catching up on shows and things like that. Because, there is a lot for me to catch up on tomorrow. So I'm probably going to do the same thing like I did with Tuesday, like I did yesterday. There's going to be 3 episodes of Scrambled Up to See, including the one from today, and then the perfect line from last night. And I've also left The Floor and 99 to Beat. I've also left The Floor and 99 to Beat for my parents to see. Probably tomorrow night after the Celebrity Wheel of Fortune special. But yeah, too bad they're not going to be with me to see the season finale of The Floor. And what's also too bad is that we probably may not be able to do Yahtzee next week. But we definitely won't be able to do any of it in like 2 weeks. 2 weeks from now. But I will have a PC that's capable of running all those virtual machines. So doing the Deal or No Deal live stream is still a possibility. We can still do Deal or No Deal and Yahtzee. We can still do both. We can still do both games. So yeah, we can definitely still do both games, but that is part of the plan tomorrow. I'm gonna do the VGA upgrade and then plan out the other upgrades and enhancements. Other enhancements that I want to make to the micro system. Involving testing out the ability to do the Minecraft show and everything like that. I want to make sure that it all works correctly. Yeah, I want to make sure that it all correctly works, so that way when we're ready to do Minecraft again on Monday. But I did talk about something a bit earlier, and I was told about it while we were doing Monopoly. And I don't think our stream caught it because of how because the latency was like so bad. So I don't think anyone got to hear probably a single word I said in regards to that. So I've been invited to interestingly enough curling lessons at Windy City Curling in Villa Park. And that's going to be this coming Sunday. But now that I realize it, well, actually, now that I think about it, ooh, another Yahtzee. Sure, I'll cross off 4 of a kind. That'll give me the win. So yeah, it's going to be at Windy City Curling in Villa Park. Now, I did plan on doing Minecraft that day. So, but currently, I have 2 possibilities currently in the back of my mind as to how we are going to handle this possibility, how we're going to handle it. One possibility is we could probably start it late. You know, probably do it late, like at you know, do it late. Do it late at like 3. Do it late at like 3 p.m. or you know, start it at 3 p.m. So I heard it's supposed to go until 2. So I don't know what we're it's supposed to be from 12 till 2. So I don't know what we're gonna do about lunch or dinner. So I don't really know what the plan is, you know, before or afterwards. But it's not going to be for a few days until I know further about the plan. The other possibility is we can just scrap Minecraft on Sunday this week, this Sunday altogether. We could just scrap the Minecraft portion altogether, but we would still do Ticket to Ride that night. That night we would still do Ticket to Ride. So yeah, we would still do Ticket to Ride that night at 9 p.m. But I mean, I have to set up a whole slew of other programs too, including the Roblox app. Yeah, the Roblox app, the screen mirroring software for iOS, and I want to see if the Big John's games work in that Vista virtual machine. I'll if I don't have them on that machine, I'll see if I can find them on the Internet Archive. And yes, also as part of the plan tomorrow, I'm gonna see if I can find more of the Yu-Gi-Oh card game software, and I'll probably test out as well the software that we will use for season 2 of 5th Grader. All right, so we're done with that, and I see this episode is completed as well. So we're gonna continue on with Yahtzee in a little bit. Let me go take care of something really fast. Oh yeah, we gotta go back on that other one too. Some Prime bottles. Norel Cams live. Alrighty. Okay. We're gonna go back right now on WDRO. Did I mute the audio? Yes, I did. Alright, so let's go back on the WDRO test, and then we'll We will trim down Deal or No Deal, and then we'll be set. Streaming Wii Sports Resort. There's my big numbers episode, and then there's my Wheel of Fortune episode and Concentration. Oh, there we go. They fixed it. They fixed the number. So that means if they do start it tonight, then it will be 306. So then it will actually be 306. Alrighty, so let me see who has went so far according to my monthly test. Actually, let's see, tonight's stuff. Let's see, tonight is supposed to be Connecticut. Tonight is supposed to be Rochester. Alright, so now on to our next stage of business. So here's our Deal or No Deal episode. So we're going to go ahead and remove the 2 pieces of footage. Change the date to today's date, December 10th. The episode footage is hiding in the Yahtzee, in the Yahtzee folder. This Yahtzee folder right here. Because I set OBS to save everything inside that folder, but I'm going to remove the video from the folder alongside all the other recordings once this whole thing's all said and done. Alright, so what do we need to trim down from this tape? And is the screen big enough, first and foremost? Okay, that's too large. That is too large. Let me see. There we go. Alright. Here is when we started the game.
Or no. Or no. Welcome to Deal or No. Number 60.
Yeah.
If you said no deal, what would your
Bad, but
Alright, where else?
yeah.
into the 6 figures now?
Says
Sorry to say, not in your case.
It was lucky you.
Oh my gosh, I knew he would get quite a reaction.
See what the bank
And then-
I mean, wow. 6 small amounts in a row, and now 3 large amounts in a row, including the million.
Okay, that's fair.
That was terrible.
It's a bad one. It's a bad one. It's a bad one. It's gonna be a bad one. I know it's gonna be a bad one. Well,
$36,000.
my like she's gonna.
Yep, no more going back to 6 figures.
Lucky what? Ow. Ah, the
Alright,
every.
have to go down. Let's see how far down.
Alright. I'm actually getting officially frustrated.
Fair.
Yeah, that's how intense this game is.
This, I think, is a decent amount of money.
After all those big amounts,
Banker wants to know if you will leave now
it's gone
for
down to
Yep.
$16,000.
Good thing.
See what he's got to say.
say after this round.
This, I think, is a decent amount of money.
Yeah.
And the
offer is 20.
Okay, at least we brought some good luck.
Banger, I'll tell you.
Else,
This
but
is
So you're gonna say
afterwards, because I don't want to know anything else
I think is a decent amount of money.
after this offer comes up.
so you're gonna say yes to $6,000.
So here's the question.
Alright. I remember it was during an offer.
All right.
I could be wrong.
Little hurts Madison. It's not as soon as
It was
possible.
average.
As little money as possible.
She's happy about the.
It was average. I wouldn't say it's average.
Yeah, I'd say average.
Hello, Mr. Banker.
Oh, yeah.
Banker might happy about the $20.
I'll let you know.
Yeah.
This is
But-
a very fair offer, but it,
Let's see what the offer is.
Banker wants to know if you will leave now
Yeah.
for $12,000.
All right. No deal.
No deal, baby.
I mean, this time's that one. There we go.
17 lower. That was a great round.
Yes, we
Let's
are.
see what
Kind
he's
of a good one. It's getting better, but not good enough.
Let's see what Baker has to say.
Yeah.
I'll tell him. The offer went up.
Doesn't look like
by
a winning
very
thing.
nice amount of money. And the offer is $70,000. So let me
That's a big jump.
I almost said
Way amount,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
hello, Mr. Banker.
yeah, let's see if
It could go
all
up
those,
way amount.
yeah, let's see if all those small amounts are enough to
I'll let them know.
up the offer to six figures.
Okay.
And it
Yeah.
it
It's
is
6 figures now.
we're in six
You
figures.
need to think this through.
Let's see what it is.
Six.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Keeps continuing. Oh my god.
Holy, that was terrible.
It's a bad one. It's a bad one. It's a bad one.
You know what? I don't think that's going to bother me too much. Okay. So there we go. We're rendering the Deal or No Deal episode. Okay, so that's one bit of business down. But before we get to the eBay scavenger hunt, we have another piece of business to take care of before we proceed any further. And that is seeing what all the enthusiasts have captured. Well, weeklies, that is. Let's start with
Please proceed calmly to the nearest exit. Please do not use the elevator.
a Gainwell voice evacuation message on a Wheelock speaker
Your
show.
attention, please. Your attention, please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please proceed calmly to the nearest exit. Please do not use the elevators.
And then he also showed off a Wheelock and T. Oh God. Oh no. And then Piggy Pork Chop. Also got the evacuations of Northwest Washington because of historic flooding.
More areas scheduled WA at 6:18 a.m. on December 10th.
And then the
2025 effective until
local area emergency. And then here was the so SWFL Southwest Florida, whatever. Got the Tampa morning test. Then here was the evening test with all of his radios. Yeah, right on the dot. But I forgot about one more thing. At least Des Moines tested. Alright. That stuff. Dual weeklies. That's New York City's weekly. And then this is what? Oh, I see. He was I see. He was in I see he met up with somebody. That's why he... So we got Wilmington's test this week. I don't know how long he's going to be there for, but... I don't know how long he's going to be there for, but... I see he tried to get Wilmington's... So he got the weeklies off of WXJ 46 Dayton, WXJ 46, no, KIH 52 Cincinnati, and of course on his station, KWO 35 New York City. And then of course Southern PA got his weeklies from his grandparents. This was DC. And then, of course, State College. And then this was Mount Holly. And then, of course, he ran the live stream this morning. See, Johnny Thunder got New York City's test on WHJ 42 Meriden, Connecticut. Greenville's weekly off of WHJ 21. Of course, Mount Holly's test off of WXL 39 Allentown, and Norman's afternoon test on WXK 86 Lawton. Texas Gulf Coast got the Fort Worth morning test. That only got it on 2 transmitters, KC 55 Fort Worth and KXI 87. Oh my goodness. Just one Uno video, and I'm being recommended a whole bunch of other Uno videos. Even after seeing the video of the Yu-Gi-Oh card game, how to play. Well, at least I guess I got fully educated there on the rules. And then the weekly from Houston, he only got it on KWWJ and KGD 68 Tomble. Storm Wyatt got the St. Louis test on 3 stations at once. Got it on KXA 42, WWG 49, WW 75. With 3 WR300s on a trampoline. And I see Radio Frenzy got the weekly from 3 offices. DC, State College, and Mount Holly. He got the DC test on WXM 42 Hagerstown. And of course, State College on WXL 40, WWG 52, and then KH 28 WNG 704. Alright, we'll skip that for right now. Accurate got Indianapolis' test on KC 74. And here was Wilmington, North Carolina's test. One of his EAR-10s went off on the second header, and there was his 12993 that he said he had last week. So I guess technically this is its debut. Then the others all, oh my god. Wait, what did it say? Oh, that just said NWR activation. It didn't say anything else, so. Oh my god, there's a lot of radios on tone. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're through with that. Make sure I cleared everything. Alright. And before we move on to the other one, now we're ready to continue with Yahtzee here. But first, let me take the episode out of the folder. Juliet's TechSpot's phone collection. Yeah, she has a gazillion cell phones. Dang. Alright, so Yahtzee Final. Oh, it's going to be up here because everything's in alphabetical order. So I'll just move that out of the drive onto the desktop. And there we go. Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and let 93 proceed. I probably should just move the icon over here to the top. There we go. Alright. And then, let's see, rename this to that. Alright. Now while that's going, let's check on the other account now. We got the Tampa morning test. We got the evening test. And then here is Joe with the Birmingham Weekly. Making audio sound like 90s PC games.
One thing I've always wanted to be able to do is replicate the sound of EAX audio. Darn close. The track is... but I like the track. So, it sounds like crap, but it doesn't sound like...
Trying to replicate 90s PC games. Oh my gosh. And then, of course, the Miami and Tampa morning tests. That the most talkative black cat. Oh, that's. I see Tetris fan. Got the Mount Holly Weekly. That was a Casio piano. This is Cleveland's Weekly from Mahoning County. I see the inside of his gaming PC. Holy my gosh. I mean, with all those radios he's got, I hope he could pay that massive electric bill. And I see Union County got the WR120 DSP. And then early this morning, a winter storm warning off of WWF48, which I got, and then some CRS broadcast cycles. And that is that then. Okay. All right, so that's what everybody got. And we're going to go ahead and jump. We're going to jump into the eBay stuff here momentarily. But I want to go ahead take this opportunity because after the testing I've done with OBS, like even all the prior testing I've done, I found out that I can run both a standard, I can run Playfield TV 24/7 and a secondary stream. I can run it at once. However, I would have to change the broadcast information on the second source, which is a problem. But I have the clipboard, thankfully, which I do use. Oh my god, this thing has been on for so long. Actually, this link is no longer possible. But I'll just go ahead and unpin. Oh my goodness! With all the time this thing has been on. I mean, everything that I've had is still here, from final exam stuff to, like, final project stuff to, well, anything and everything. So, I'll just grab the new... Well, actually, I don't necessarily need the RTMP information, because, you know, if I lose it, I can just log into the MIST panel, grab it, and just throw it back into OBS, and we'll be good to go. Simple as that. Alright, so we're going to copy this to the transfer folder. So yeah. So now that I think about it, now that I think about this this whole thing, well, with the spring tapings and everything. Oh, oh yes, the Paramount Plus commercial. We have not played around with that in quite a long time. Well, actually, I have it. Let me see if I can find it. This should be it right here. Yep, here it is. Okay, okay, good. The desktop audio is off. All right. Yeah, lots of kids stuff. I don't know how I well, that would be the only time we would hear that Christmas commercial. I've seen the video ads for it, but this is the only ad I heard for it on the radio. Of Paramount Plus. Give yourself the gift of Paramount Plus, where you can meet my guppy friends. Speaking of which, what episodes are on tonight? No, not here. The other site. The same site where I watched 25 Words or Less earlier. Oh boy, here we go again. The Cowgirl Parade's going to be on tonight. And doing the eBay scavenger hunt and, you know, trying to see if we could find Yu-Gi-Oh! And other PC parts and whatever. That sounds like fun. Alright, so that's copied over. And then I'll head over to the other system and copy it to the device. Okay. Alright, so the transfer folder. I will move it to the Monday folder on the other drive. We're gonna set up the new. We're gonna partially set up the new program showcase for next week too, but setting it up completely is also part of the plan. Okay. All right, so that's copied over. Now, let me get my external drive and back up that episode. There's all the original Minecraft travel series episodes. Yeah. That is if I want to bring back the idea of doing the whole series again. Alright, so that will copy the rerun folder. But yeah, Brandon, we were looking all over for you, but I'm sorry you missed it. You missed the whole thing, but Yalek won took the deal for 26,000 and he had 50,000 in his case. That was the result of the game, if you're curious. or for those of you who might just not be tuning in. But either way, yeah, this is it, folks. We're down to the final hour tonight. And there we go. Okay, it's ready. So we'll go ahead and disconnect it now. I'll give it a few moments to fully wind down before I touch it. Okay, alright, let's see. Is it? Okay, it's good. Alright. So, put that back into its spot, along with its cable. Alright, and then I gotta go over to, because this external hard drive is usually where I store episodes of shows that are yet to air and everything like that, so. Alright, so that will be the episodes of 5th Grader. That will be the episodes of the big numbers. Alright, episode 94 is done. Let's go to 95 now. Now again, I'm shooting for getting all of these taken care of. You know, fully rendering the episodes. And then, you know, right before I go to bed tonight. That's really what I want to do. Get all these episodes taken care of. Okay. Back to what we were doing earlier with the taping cycle. Forget Mac Mini. Okay. Alright, back to this. Then, of course, it'll be episode 40 and 41. And then, sorry, episodes 140 and 141. It seems like these are, like, out of place for some reason. I don't know, but I think these are all labeling. Are they labeled in chronological order, or are they labeled something else? Oh, I think I see why they're labeled weird. I see why these sorry episodes especially are labeled weird. It's because I forgot to put the dash in between CD and ROM. I forgot to do that when I made the episodes. Alright, there we go. Now everything is now correct. So everything's now correct with that show. I want to see if the Big John's Wheel of Fortune stuff is also correct, because I think I noticed some discrepancies in those. Probably was back in that folder we were just in. I'm going to take another look. As I know it was the big... okay, here we go. Let's see. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's all the... I think that was the only discrepancy that I needed to address. So, alright. So, back to the taping cycle. Now, again, as for the Street View video, I'm considering making that on Friday. So, I'll throw that away because we are done with it. And that is about it with that. Alright. So, that's Monday partially ready to go. Now, we got to set up Tuesday's stuff. So, 5th Grader 92, Big Numbers 397, and then Big John's Wheel of Fortune. Then Meal or No Meal, and then Sorry. Okay, is that all 5? Yep, that is all 5. Okay. Alright. So that's ready to roll then. Let me make sure that we have that. I'm going to make sure I put the correct items into that directory. Alright. Okay. So there we go. The new program showcase is ready to go for this week. And what Verizon wanted to test? Oh, VHO Pittsburgh. Alright, well, let's go ahead and take care of it now. shouldn't have too much of an effect. Alright, let's do that again. Alright. That's better. That is better. Okay. And then let me refresh this. But I'll leave it muted until the episode in question comes on. Alrighty. So that is that. We are, I guess then we're done here. So, well, we're not done here just yet, but we're done really with all of our, our main stuff. So, we got Deal or No Deal taken care of. We got the new program showcase ready to go. We saw what all the enthusiasts captured. So I guess then all that's left to do is the eBay scavenger hunt. That's right. It's time for our old famous scavenger hunt. Where we go searching for things on eBay, just seeing what we can find. Yep, there's everything we were looking at earlier. Abruptly, and I want to make sure I have all the postponements set for this week. So here is the final postponement list. For this week: Charleston, West Virginia; Albany, New York; Kansas City. Well, we don't know because I don't think it even logged. North Platte. San Angelo, Pendleton, and Seattle. So 7 stations, 7 offices postponed. We'll find out about everything else. So we're on to 96. Nope. Nice that Clipchamp has the audio only option now. Okay, so again, you will see the editing progress of all the episodes on the left-hand side. Oh, there's the Paw Patrol Christmas special. It seems like they're gonna re-air it on Nick Jr. when they already aired it on CBS. They aired it on CBS on Black Friday after Thanksgiving. I didn't see it. Well, that's a good reason why. Okay, now then, on to the Dell Optiplex 3060. On to the 3060 Micro PC. Now, I have some other thoughts in relation to that, and it has to do with, seeing what kind of CPU I can install. Yeah, because I know Dell's gonna want that. Because I know Dell is going to want that. Let's see. It's been a while since your last scan. Yeah, well. But this is not the PC I want. So let me go back to the home page and then change it. Let's see. Recently viewed 3670. I don't see it. Okay, so maybe we have to go to Browse All Products. Here we go. So desktop, Optiplex, Micro, 3060. Yep, this is my product. 3D guides, interesting. So manuals and documentation. There's a setup and specifications. Now, I was curious about the CPU. What kind of CPUs are compatible? So, I can't put a standard i7 in there. or that very powerful. I can't put that powerful i5 from the small form factor into the micro. I was curious. Just curious to see if I could do that, but I guess that's not going to work. So, yeah, the Celeron Gold, the T meaning it's for a micro, meaning it's for the micro form factor. So yeah, the highest level of Intel you can go is i7, because i9 I don't think was a thing yet. There, yeah, here's a 3070 micro. This is similar to the 3060 I've got. You can see there's a display port. There's another display port in the optional module, in the module section. So, yeah. As I said just a moment ago, tomorrow I plan to do the VGA upgrade, meaning taking the VGA optional module out of the small form factor and putting it into my micro PC. That is so it can work. That is so the thing can work with this monitor here. With this monitor, as it says, this is VGA only, so it makes sense because VGA was the preferred display method at the time. So yeah, because we didn't have the luxuries of HDMI or anything like that. It was just, VGA was actually quite complex. And then here's the monitor guide CD that actually shipped with the monitor. So yeah, this contains the guide for the MX703. Now I wonder what the difference is between the 703, the MX703, and the M703. I wonder what the difference is between the two. I guess there isn't a difference, but those are the only two actual HP monitors that are on sale. So here's the MX704. So the good thing is I can take the VGA module out, the VGA port out of the HP desktop PC, but then I got to remember where, then at that point I got to remember where it goes, like where the VGA plug goes. So we will see how that plays out. But I'm hoping for the best on that one. All right, that's finished. Moving on to the next one now. 98, 90, nope, 97. It seems like this hasn't eaten the hard drive space too much so far, so that's pretty good. All right. This picture looks a little out of place. Is the frame bent or something? Yeah, it looks like it's been dented a little bit, at least when I can see. But my micro is pretty much in better condition than some of these. Here's a 3060. This one has the i3. When Windows 11 Pro is installed, it will be digitally activated. Well, yeah, it will be, because this thing qualifies for the free, because this hardware qualifies for the free upgrade, to Windows 11. And with the key being Windows 10 Pro, of course, going to Windows 11 Pro, it will carry over the Windows 10 key. Too bad you can't do 7 and 8 to 10 anymore, but at least it makes sense because 10 is end of life now. So here's another micro with VGA in the optional module slot there. So that's what I'm looking to add. And that's the 500 gigabyte SSD that's in that configuration. This one had only 256 gigabytes. The micro I have only had 256 gigabytes of space. But now I've just made it a whopping 3 terabytes and a whole 3 terabytes of storage, and the maximum amount of RAM that that this motherboard supports, 32 gigabytes. My current main system can go up to a whopping 64 gigabytes, but I think 32 gigabytes is good enough. D10U, I think that means Digital Windows 10 or something. I don't know what that means, but whatever. This one is the Pentium Gold. Oh, good. Oh, no. Pentium. This one is a freaking Pentium. Well, I could take that, put an i5 in there, and, you know, that's great. Here's one with the original configuration. So yeah, I'm gonna have to use enough force. Yeah, like gonna have to use enough force to push out the VGA, to push out the cover. Yeah, to push out the cover of the optional module slot. So then from there I can throw in other things, so then I can throw a VGA optional module into there. But we'll see how it plays out. I'll just get the VGA module installed. I'll maybe do some testing with it. Just make sure that the VGA function works after I put it in there. Here's another one. It looks like this is a it looks like it's a 3-pack of them. So it looks like it's a lot of 3. So I'd say it's a lot of 3 of these. And these all have the hard drive caddy. Built-in Wi-Fi adapter. Yeah, all these have built-in Wi-Fi. Well, actually, most of these do. And I see these all have the optional display port. So yeah, those all have the optional display port adapter. Alright, where should we head to next? Oh yeah, here's something. I remember seeing videos of these. Somebody took their micro and just added and just connected up to an external GPU. Connecting it up to a GTX 980 graphics card. Somebody was quite crazy when they did this. Yep, and then there's the activation screen there of Windows 11 Pro. And of course, it's a digital license, and that's of course what it says on my end. It says digital license. If I had attached a Microsoft account to it, it would say activated with a Microsoft account. I could probably make a new one and then link it to Windows Pro, and then it would give me a license for Windows Pro instead of Home. But it would be something. Here's another Dell Optiplex that looks like they've already put Windows 11 on it. But it doesn't show the back. It just shows it front, sides, and when it's sideways. It doesn't show it doesn't show the back of it, which is bad. All right. The Dell thing came up, so that means that episode is finished. So on to the next one now. This is not an Optiplex 3060 Micro. This is a small form factor that has pretty much the same configuration that my Micro has. And I did confirm it was VGA, because when I tested the small form factor out with a VGA monitor, the VGA port did in fact work. So there's just a few of these Optiplex Micros laying around on eBay. You know, just seeing what we got here. Here's another one. Both of these say they have Wi-Fi. This one is 256. This one's 128. It says these have Windows 11 Pro and Wi-Fi already on them. And it is proven, as you can see by the SSD. Oh, somebody used one of those cheap SSD mount things to mount the SSD. And then, of course, you could put another hard drive in there if you wish, which is, of course, what I've taken advantage of. You'll see there's one of them running. And there's one of the SSDs. This don't look like Windows 11 Pro. This looks like Windows 11 Home, because I can see, because this is the part that everybody seems to hate about Windows 11, where you're forced to, where you have to have a Microsoft account on hand in order to set up Windows. Pretty lame, let me tell you. Kind of like taking away your freedom, because local accounts were, have been a staple to Windows for a long time, but now with 11 Pro, it's just crazy what Microsoft has done. But, and of course, I have used a Microsoft account since I got, since I ended up getting my first PC, my first actual laptop, that is, that I've personally owned. All right, let's take a break from those computers here. Let's see what kind of Yu-Gi-Oh cards are on sale here. Here's all the Exodia God cards. So those are all the Exodia cards. And then here's a $30 lot of like 1,000 cards. Oh my god, instant collection. Huge lot with 100 holo foils and rares. Meaning there's just so many rare cards. So many rare cards inside of this lot of Yu-Gi-Oh. What else have we got here? Let's just venture into the realm of Yu-Gi-Oh. Let's see what listings of the Power of Chaos PC game we have up for sale here. Here's the jewel case of Yu-Gi, the Destiny. It looks like this is a 3-pack. That is Kaiba, which I'm still trying to which I'm still trying to get to work correctly. Well, essentially being, I have yet to find a properly working copy of the game, which I have not found yet. And then there's Yugi again, and then here's Joey on the other side. Joey the Passion. We were going to play Yu-Gi-Oh until we got to the holiday train in Columbus, Wisconsin earlier tonight. But that's all right. We'll get to Yu-Gi-Oh again, later. I promise we will. So here's another copy of Yugi. It looks like this is in a box set. Interesting. Now here, this is supposed to include... No, there were supposed to be a couple of cards included in this set. 3 limited edition official game cards inside. Yeah, there were supposed to be 3 of them, but there aren't any cards. So you just get the disc with the game, the rule book for the trading card game at the time it was new, and then of course the manual for the game itself. And then here's Kaiba from 2004. There's the same rule book with Yugi on there. And then, well, basically this is the Power Chaos collection, but that's it all at once. And then here's Kaiba. This is just the CD. It's just the CD. Then we got some cards. The Magician of Black Chaos. Imagine we try to play it with eBay listings. No. There's no way this is gonna work. And then there's that. And then this is the trial version of Yugi. Well, I found the full version, and that's of course what we use. We use the full version, not the trial run. We just use the full version right then and there. But even if we were to do the trial version, I don't think it would be anything too different. Alright, we're on to episode 99 now of Yahtzee. We're getting closer to the end. And what is this? This is the limited collector's edition of Yugi the Destiny. Yu-Gi-Oh! Comes to the PC at last. This one has 5 limited edition cards inside. Oh, not from that other game pack, which is 3. Look at this. Every deck has a chance to win, as long as you believe in the heart of the cards. Let's duel. Yeah, and then here's the description of it. The king of card games is here. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is now available for the PC. Features stunningly detailed graphics and an initiative playstyle that draws you into the dueling action. Your opponent is Yugi himself. Can you outduel him? Well, I showed you that I did, and I proved to you that I did. Yugi deals with familiar decks such as an Exodia, the Forbidden One, and the finely tuned Summon Skull deck. The dueling action is intense and brought to light with the original voices from the hit Yu-Gi-Oh! Animated series. Yeah, the animated, the Japanese anime that was dubbed to English, that aired on Kids WB, as it was called back in the day. And of course the series was actually reran in the blocks that actually followed. Of course they even reran original Yu-Gi-Oh! Episodes on the other blocks, CW4 Kids, Toonzai, and I believe for a brief time on Vortex. Yeah, I think for the air, I think they also reran the original Yu-Gi-Oh on Vortex, as well, all before the block was taken off the air forever. And that was to run alongside all the other, the later Yu-Gi-Oh series, the later ones, GX, 5Ds, and Zexal. This is 2004. This is a spell card. Well, I guess it was perfect timing for Triple S Games to post that video of the Yu-Gi-Oh card game, because I've only just started, getting into the groove of it, like how to play it and everything. Here's another copy of the CD-ROM. The game case does have some cracks on the back and front, so the next owner may want to replace those. So there it is, US publisher Konami. Released year 1996. Well, that was when the franchise was released. But this game in particular was released in 2003. So there's the disc. This is the... So I guess this is the game in a jewel case. And it's just Yu-Gi on its own. Oh, here's some Yu-Gi-Oh cards from 2019. This is one of those link cards. So maybe this was based off of... So maybe the link thing was based off of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. And I think that that Yu-Gi-Oh! Logo has actually remained the same. What else have we got? Illusion of Chaos. Inside the Prince. Power Chaos PC promo. Opened pack. So these were the 3 cards that were included in one of those sets. TCG promo pack from the Yugi set, specifically designed for the Power Chaos set, includes open cards with the codes, were likely exclusive and may offer unique gameplay benefits of collectible value to players and collectors. Overall, this product caters to the fans of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. I don't know what that means. Does that mean it's like Toys and Hobbies or something? That's right. Looking to enhance their gaming experience with special promotional cards. So, that's cool. Oh yeah, here's Gemini Elf from 2004. This was actually on the card. This was actually on the PC game. And here's the Joey the Passion. That is that actually looks to be sealed. Yeah, it is. Discover the passion of Power of Chaos on PC. Alright, on to episode 100 of Yahtzee, meaning I've only got 25 episodes left. And then I will have rendered every single one of them. And what is in here? Is that another monthly? Oh, yeah, Connecticut. Did my logger even take it? Oh, okay. Alright, well, it's about to, so. Well, actually, let me, yeah, let's go ahead and rewind on WTAC. Okay, I've stopped the thing, but I'll rejoin it after I go back on it. So. I think they fixed it. It's not saying all of Connecticut, all of Connecticut, it's not saying all of Connecticut 3 times like it was before. So it looks like they fixed it. Alright, and there also is a Comcast to go back on. So let's take a moment and take care of that before we go back to... Alright, while we're going back on that, let's go back to the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff that we were looking at. What do we got here? The real fight is about to begin, with more cards to choose from than ever before. Alright. I'm gonna reload this. I like this this little catchphrase here. Let me see here. Okay, we're good. Alright. Brand new, hole in the box. I don't think I see it anywhere. Well, I guess we'll find it. Well, I guess we can read I guess we can read the description of the package. I want to keep this as low as possible because as you know, that mic thing doesn't work after I did the upgrade. Okay, there we go. Think you're ready to fight against Joey? Then let the duel begin. Recreate all the thrills and intensity of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game on your PC. Your opponent is none other than Joey himself, with plenty of tricky decks up his sleeve, with cards like Panther Warrior, Skull Dice, and Conning with Chain at his disposal. When Joey issues a challenge with the same voice you've heard on TV, you better be ready to fight. Yeah, because just like as it mentioned on the Yu-Gi box, the voices in these PC games are the exact same American voices from the English dub of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime from Japan. And then here's this. Combine with Yu-Gi the Destiny and Kaiba the Revenge to take advantage of exciting extras. Use cards and decks from other Power Chaos titles in this latest version. Joey the Passion contains hundreds of previously unavailable cards for your more strategic options. It's time to break out these combos. Bring it on. I'll take you anytime, any place. It's time to duel. Now you can enjoy 2-player action with Link Duels. You can connect 2 PCs and unleash them on unsuspecting duelists. Link Duels use a LAN environment only. You know what? That is probably something I could try. Try to create a network. Try to create a local area network of virtual machines and try to see if I can demonstrate, playing a duel over a network. So I'll probably just set it up to a local area network of virtual machines. I'm curious. Alright, and then here's the complete edition. And what is this? So it looks like this must be a UK release of Power of Chaos. This is the Yu-Gi version. And it looks like it comes with everything. It comes with the case, comes with the disc, the three exclusive cards, the rule book and the manual for the game. Then there's everything. Okay, so yep, that's the sign that the episode is finished. So moving on to the next one in line. So 101. There we go. 101. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. All right, let's see what else we got here. There's that. Here's the collector's edition again, but again, this is a UK release. Or could be somewhere else. So it looks like it's reporting it in euros, but we can scroll down and see. So this listing comes. So it looks like this one actually comes from Spain. So I mean, with the .info, that looks like it is a UK. It's a UK package. That does say that this comes from Spain, which makes sense. And then of course there's the notice about US customs and everything when you're buying stuff from like across the world. Here's another package of the Power of Chaos. This one comes from California. Where did that other one come from? From South River, New Jersey. So it seems like there's quite some themes here going on with some of the quite some themes going on with some of these games. Yugi has like a Egyptian theme. Joey has a kind of has like a city theme. Yeah, I guess I'll call it city theme. And then Kaiba. I have not tested Kaiba yet, but I want to see if there's any more instances of the Power of Chaos series. And if I can find any of the rest of it on the Internet Archive. And if I can, then great. I would love to grab all the other instances of the Power of Chaos software, and then we can switch between each of them as I tape episodes of as I record episodes of the series. Which I think at the very least, it probably is not going to be until either late spring or sometime in the fall of next year. That would then be when I plan on recording the series. Recording episodes of the series. I could probably, but of course, there is a reason why we put, there is a reason why, I play around, play these games, on the air in the first place. It's just to show you that I am still, that I'm showing enthusiasm, for making this as a series on the channel. Then of course I will make it as a series. So this is in Clifton, New Jersey. Here's another. This looks like it's brand new. I don't think I see traces of it factory sealed. I can't really tell if it is factory sealed or not. I cannot absolutely tell. I did not look back at the other case, but there you go. Yu-Gi-Oh! Comes to the PC at last. This is the same description as it was on there. What was that notification? Oh, it was just that the recording saved. Okay, good. So, yeah, there we go. So, and then it says, don't worry, the in-depth tutorial teaches the basic rules from the very beginning. Learn these rules well and put your skills to the test against Yugi, the king of games. Well, I have put my skills against him, and I've absolutely put them through well. And earlier in the show, I even put Tom and Ben against the very last the last thing that Yugi said at the end of the last duel. The last of the last duel we played. With the Yugi software before we moved on to the random character extravaganza during our last Weekend Fun and Games show.
I'm proud of you. Your skills have greatly improved. I can see that you'll make an excellent duelist.
That's what he said. That is exactly what he said. Did this just start? Oh, it just started, so I got time.
Porte de nouveau jaune à 22h49 HNR, mercredi 10 décembre 2025. Un arrêt.
I was a bit too late. I was a bit too late on that one. There's the 3. Well, I guess since this is sealed. Yeah, I think I can see the seal from the factory. So I guess this box was just never opened. And what's that I see? Is that another edition of Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something? I don't know. But oh well. And of course John ignored it. Well, that's why I have Environment Canada in my logger in the first place. And heck, that's why I even created WPLD to begin with. To relay whatever WGON ignores. Simple as that, right? What do we have here? Anti-Spell Fragrance. It's a trap card. Both players must set spell cards before activating them and cannot activate them until their next turn after setting them. And this, I guess that's their promo for the seller. Alright. How about we finish this off here? Alright. Let's conclude this. We will go ahead and conclude this thing with the Yu-Gi-Oh! TV series. So it looks like these are official 4Kids releases. And these are all compilation discs, as I can tell. It just shows the front covers of each one, and it doesn't show anything more. Battle City Duels. And it looks like this is all 5. And it looks like these are... Was this like a mini-series? Beyblade was a TV show? Huh. That's interesting. I did not know that. I've heard of, I've heard of Beyblade as that, as that popular top toy, but not as a TV series. Then there's Attack from the Deep, Dragon Ball GT The Lost Episodes. And then there's a DVD of Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie. And then this is a complete series set. So it's all 5 seasons. From the first duel to the very last. And then there's the official 5th season. Oh yeah, remember this? This looks to be an Australian release. Oh no, it isn't. It says UK. So this is a UK release. So from Rushden, United Kingdom. So this is a UK release of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal Season 1. This is Victorville, California. So this is the US release. Disc made in Mexico. Get set to get decked. Get ready to feel the flow as Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal takes dueling to the next level of excitement, featuring the complete first season. And then there you go. You can see the 4K Media logo, which of course 4K Media is the subsidiary of Konami. Oh, actually, one more thing too before I forget. Because I believe Alabama is supposed to test tonight, so I'm going to throw QAH in there, if that's the case. So yeah, that's a US release of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, and it looks like this is a complete series box set. And where does this come from? So this is actually the original Japan. So this is the original the original thing from Japan. So this is the original thing. So pretty much this is the show in its original form from Japan. But then of course Konami So let's see. I remember seeing in one of the histories of 4Kids Entertainment, or no, it was Kids WB, it mentioned that Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal ran from April of 2011 to September of 2012. So I'm not sure. I think it went, if I remember the description correctly, it must have went by when it was originally released in Japan before the episodes came to America. Alright, and we'll just wait for WRCH in Alabama, and then we are done. Dual box. Huh. And yeah, you can definitely tell that this is Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal from Japan. Showing the entire entire season and everything like that. So I can pretty much tell exactly what it all is. So this is a Match of the Millennium Part 2. So then there it is. And then it shows each of the parts there. So yeah, there's Funimation Productions, which 4Kids had paid to to have the show released on home video. So then it just gives a brief description of each of the 3 episodes in part 2. And then there's the complete 3-movie collection. So pretty much all 3 movies that were released here in America. Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie, Bonds Beyond Time, which featured 5Ds, GX, and the original, and then Dark Side of Dimensions was the last Yu-Gi-Oh! Film to be released here in the United States. But anyway, that's one more set to look at here before we wrap this up. So there's a lot of them here. We have, let's see, we got Season 4, Awakening the Dragons, Battle City Duels. This is back to Battle City. Yeah, there's the new 4Kids logo. What does that say? Enter the Shadow Realm. That's Season 3. Here's another Season 3. This is Dawn of the Duel Part 2. That's Season 5. Dual Identity, I believe that's Season 1. This is Tournament. That's Season 5, I believe. Battle City Duels, I think that's like Season 2, or is that Season 3? Well, one of them. And then Champion versus Creator, so I can tell how later they were. Yeah, I can see because that's the old 4Kids logo. So I can tell it's like Season 1 and 2 when it's this old 4Kids logo. And then Season 3 and later would have the newer one, the newer logo that was used in their final years as 4Kids before they ended up in that lawsuit with TV Tokyo Nihon Ad Systems in relation to Yu-Gi-Oh! And they actually asked those companies to, make the animation for the movies. For the Yu-Gi-Oh! Movies before the Yu-Gi-Oh! Movies, when they were released here in America. But yeah, here's the front of all of them. So yeah, there's Battle City Duels. And there we go. Yep, Enter the Shadow Realm. That's Season 3. Dual Identity. It seems like these newer ones could barely see the 4Kids. Oh yeah, the 4Kids logo is actually on the top of some of these. And then this is Dawn of the Duel. This is the final chapter. Yeah, and then there's the back of all of them with brief descriptions of each episode on each DVD set. And then this is them with the front. Oh, I like this one. Oh yes, there's the slip cover in there for 4Kids TV. Yeah, because by the time Season 4 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was released, whether in its complete form or in compilation discs on a DVD, 4Kids Entertainment had rebranded the Fox Box, as it was called before, to 4Kids TV, which then of course ran from 2005, all the way up until the end of 2008, when Fox was in some affiliate trouble, having trouble with affiliates, and 4Kids, not paying for their time on the network. And it was also at that time when they made an agreement to air another Saturday morning block that to own their to run their next Saturday morning block on the CW. Well, it was called it was WB, but it wasn't WB anymore at the time. It was then called CW. And of course they rebranded to Toonzai. Then of course Saban got all the assets except for Yu-Gi-Oh!, which went to Konami. Then of course Saban rebranded it as Vortex. Then the CW arranged with Entertainment for an all EI Saturday morning block, which completely ended traditional Saturday morning programming on TV for good. Well, it was already dead in the water anyway. So I mean, the Saturday morning format at that point was pretty much obsolete because by then, you know, I mean, social media, the internet, video on demand, everything, streaming, all of that was becoming more and more mainstream. So there was no reason to run Saturday. You know, there was no reason to run. There was another reason to not to run. That was one of the many reasons why Vortex only lasted 2 years after Saban got after Saban took ownership of the Saturday morning slot on the CW. And it was also because I believe I heard of the FCC's tightened restrictions on children's advertising, as well as what? Oh yeah, as well as the majority of the programming on the network not meeting the EI mandates set forth by the FCC, where stations across the United States have to run at least 3 hours of EI programming. Was it a week or was it a day? I can't remember. I see Lightning Bolt also uploaded the Chicago test.
The proceedings was a test of the National Weather Service warning alarm tone.
So, I see he got that. And then there's all the other stuff. There's Cubics, the movie. There's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Ultimate Muscle. Yeah, then you visit 4Kids on TV to check your local listings. So yeah, it was then for a very brief time in 2008 where both the CW 4Kids and 4Kids TV aired simultaneously, but on two different networks. Or it was running at once, but on two different networks. So then again, it was at the end of 2008 when 4Kids TV ended, and some of its programming actually was carried over to the CW. Was actually carried over to the CW 4Kids, and only aired briefly, like Winx Club, Do Re Mi, Kirby. Well, some of the things. I think I found out that Yu-Gi-Oh also aired on that block too. It wasn't just Kids WB. I think that block got Yu-Gi-Oh after Kids WB dropped it following the conclusion of the original series. And I know the CW4 Kids did eventually air Yu-Gi-Oh GX. They did air 5D. Well, essentially they aired all the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. And of course, when Toonzai became its permanent name, then of course Zaxel premiered, it carried over to Vortex. And anyway, that's enough talk about Network Saturday morning things, because we are all out of time here for tonight. So, yeah, we gotta get going here. So, of course, Tom and Ben, I'd like to thank you both for, of course, letting you be our company today, as always. So, we hope to see you again some point soon. Well, of course, when we do this again. Well, actually, we won't do it in this form next week because of, but, we could do some of the games, but we'll see. But, so I guess it's not going to be for another, I guess the next time we'll see them will be our New Year's Spectacular. So yeah, we'll have them for our New Year's Spectacular. That's it. So, thank you both. We'll see you then, I guess. Okay, I stopped it before it continued any further. Okay, so let's go ahead and get WRCH going. That was the same song that was on WLAT while we were listening to the Holiday Train. Oh, don't tell me that's Spectrum. Oh, of course, it's Cox Communications. Alright. I'll take a moment and go back on that, but meanwhile we're gonna wait for Alabama before I end the compilation off there. But anyway, that is it then for our show here tonight. So of course, I want to take the opportunity to first thank all of our special guests who have joined us here throughout the day today. Who've joined us throughout the day today. I'll leave it unplugged for right now, but I'll plug it back in later. Alright. So yeah, I mean, that's going to be a whole lot of names to ramble off here. Brandon didn't join us. He joined us in our chat at least. Well, I'm glad he did. But of course, Yalek was with us today. Dimitri was with us today. That XP guy from Michigan was with us today too. Yeah, Dimitri was here. Andrew Darnold was here. I mean, there's just a whole lot of names to ramble off. So yeah. Either way, thanks to all of our special guests who have joined us today. Of course, that's what the weekly test show. That's the whole reason why the weekly test show is here. And is here. So, with that, tomorrow night at 8 p.m., which I am hoping will be the case. No, which I'm hoping will be the case. Now, I'm watching KLT when Alabama does their monthly. So yeah. So tomorrow. Tomorrow I am going to absolutely put the finishing touches on Yahtzee. Okay. Checking the video. Okay. Alright. That is all good to go. So then I'll just go ahead and, like I said, I'm going to wait for Alabama. Once they go, I will then officially end the compilation there, or I can just go ahead and end it now. So, of course, I will finish rendering all the Yahtzee episodes tonight, and then once they are all rendered, that should then be it. So, that's what I'm going to spend the rest of the night doing, rendering all of the Yahtzee episodes, and then of course tomorrow is when I'm going to be doing the when I'm going to be doing the hardware upgrades inside of my micro PC. So once again, when I end up doing the upgrades, the 24/7 feed is going to be down for, I'll say about 30 to 45 minutes, or maybe 15 to 45 minutes, because, yeah, I'll say about 15 to 45 minutes, because all I'm just doing is just taking the VGA port and then just putting it over into the micro PC. That's really all I'm doing. So that is really all I'm doing. So just want to remind you, if you're trying to tune in while we're doing the upgrade, just so you all know that's what's going on. And then of course I'll do some other testing afterward, porting over the Roblox app, getting that all set up, so that way we can do our Roblox show in its full form. So that way we can do our Roblox show in its full form on Tuesday of next week. So we can do that. And then of course on Wednesday, we could still do the weekly test stream in its full-fledged form. We could still do it in its full form. Now that I have enough hardware, now that I have the hardware to do it. But, like I said, there's still a whole lot of other stuff, I gotta test out. I gotta make sure that, I have a good working microphone and everything like that. There's just a whole lot. But, like I said, once I get everything sorted out, I'll just run some tests and whatnot on it, just to make sure everything's working good. Once everything's all said and done, then we're pretty much set. So I'll do some testing of all that software all day tomorrow, along with rendering Yahtzee. But then I also would like to take the opportunity just to make sure that I have, make sure I have the proper cables and everything ready, so that way when we do the hardware upgrades, then that way I know which, so that way I can make sure that there's enough cables that'll work. So to make the upgrade actually work. But I'll try it and we'll see how it goes. So yeah, we'll give it a shot and we'll see what happens. So, of course, Friday, I'm thinking about actually setting up the layout that day. The Christmas layout, although I'm thinking it's a little bit too late to do that. Although I'm thinking it's probably a little too late to do that. But now that I think about, that Christmas tree, since this is going to be the last year that will be up. Now, since that's going to be the last year that tree will be up, I didn't put a layout together in 2022 because of Florida. So I was thinking leaving the layout out if I'm going to be in a lot of oaks for a majority of the Christmas, when we get to Christmas in a matter of weeks. So, yeah. Then of course Saturday it's off to the Lawn of Oaks, and then we'll go from there. Sunday I'm probably thinking about either doing Minecraft later and then Ticket to Ride, or just canceling Minecraft altogether and then doing Ticket to Ride soon after, later that night. That's currently what my thought is, but yeah, that's currently what my thought is as of the moment. But, of course, I will let you all know what the final plan is when we get closer. So, with that said, that's it then, ladies and gentlemen. We are officially done here for tonight. So, I want to thank you all for joining us here today. And, of course, I want to once again thank our special guests who have joined us throughout the day today. Of course, this show would not be possible without them. So, we will be back tomorrow night at 8 p.m. then for our backyard baseball game. So, we'll be back around that time so we can do that. And then, of course, the Friday show later this week. So, that's going to be exciting. I hope you're all excited for it as much as I am. So, with that said, I'm going to get to finishing up, this final bits of business. And then I'll tuck it in for the night. So with that said, thanks again for joining us tonight and today, whatever. Thanks again to all our special guests who joined us today. I've been Mr. Planfald. You've been watching the Weekly Test Wednesday show here on Plainfield TV. And from all of us here, we bid all of you a very pleasant good night.